Hello, welcome to this video. So in today's video, we're just going to put together all the things we have been learning and we build our Next.js Starter Kit. And every time you start a new project for a client, you start from scratch and you do the same very things. For instance, creating the header, creating the hero section, and all other parts. So what we are trying to do in this video is create our own starter kit that we can use it in every other project as we just like building. So show you the demo of what we have built. So far, after 5 hours of looking components right and left, comparing here and there, we built this. So you can see we have a navigation, we have the hero section, okay, we have this a comparison section that has these nice cards here. Then we have this image, okay, then we have how it works, and how it works has this nice stuff here, which has even a video just like that. And you can see how we build these sections from scratch. Then you have a YouTube video. Then we have this is a pricing section. We have a frequently asked section. Okay. And then we have this other section, the CTA section at the bottom, and then finally the footer. And we didn't stop there. We just also went and added a dashboard. As you can see here, if I click this, I have a dashboard. Okay. And in this dashboard, as you can see, it has these different links. And we didn't stop just only in the dashboard. We also added the data table into this. So if I click on categories, you can see there is a data table included into this. So I intend to continue this and develop this. I think I will make a next video where I add authentication just to make this complete. Okay, so thank you so much. If you want to build with me, let's dive in and get started. Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to build our own Next.js Starter Kit. I don't know if you have experienced this as you're working on a new client, you are onboarding them and you want to start. We always start with the same things, putting them in the application. You want to put the header, the footer, the hero section. You want to put some things, like you find that it is the same pattern over for every new project that you put. You install shard, you put the dark mode, and it is the same pattern you do all the time. Okay. And you have seen these days there is a trend with the starter kits, things like ship fast. You have seen from this guy, I think he has sold like he is one of the best sellers of all time in his starter kit. And we might not build the one that is comprehensive like him, but we just like want to build the one really me personally I would want to be using in my own project. I don't have to start the project all the time. You find every time you are doing exactly the same thing over. It is really so hectic. Like you spend about maybe 10 hours just like setting up the basic things like the hero section, the footer, navigation, setting up the dashboard and everything to be looking like a static before you start on executing the actual idea. So I think we're just going to be inspired by some of these templates or some of these starter templates, and we're going to build ours that is somehow like that can help you just right away start. It is something I would really love to when I'm just like building my application. I would just want to get something I can jump in and I get started already. Okay, so we're just going to start by creating a new project. Okay, I don't know how long this is going to take, but bear with me. We're just going to start. We're going to have some help in some few components here and there, but we will see how long it will take to build it. But it would have saved us most of the time, as you are starting a new project. You don't have to start from scratch, right? So I will just go here, and I'm just going to open this in VS Code, and I will just go ahead and open terminal. And on this terminal, I'm just going to write npx. Now, I would have created it in pnpm, but I realize like most people want to use npm, and sort of like people are used with. So I'm just going to build it in npm, and you can always switch to pnpm. So I'm just going to say npx create next app, and I'm just going to just call this Next.js Starter Kit. Okay, so let's just go ahead and answer some of these questions, and then as you can see, we're installing 14. We want to put TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, and this is app directory, and then this. Okay, so you're installing this. So the first thing that you would want to start adding is right away is going to shard, and you add a couple of things. The first one, of course, is dark mode. So I would first go ahead and install maybe shard, or just go to shard here. I'm just going to install shard. This. We're using npm, and let's give this a short period of time. It will be done within no time. Okay, so let's just like cd into this directory, and we open it in the VS Code. So I'm just going to say cd Next.js, and let's open it here. Okay, so this is our Next.js app. So before we do it, let's just like try to add shard. Is the first thing I'm just going to add. Okay, so we're adding just going to add this. Then we're going to also go ahead and add the dark mode. Okay, so let me go back to the app. Let's use default slate and CSS variables. Yes. Okay, done. So let's just go ahead and clear this, and let me just go ahead and install next themes. Okay, let's go ahead and create a theme provider in components theme provider. So copy this. I'm just going to go ahead and go in components and create a new theme provider .tsx, and let's paste this. So we have created a theme provider. Next theme provider. Let's just first see. Can I just like copy this? Oh, okay. So this is okay. So we have this theme provider. Next is wrap your layout with this. So you can just go ahead and in your layout, and let's wrap it in the theme provider. So I'm just going to copy this and go in my layout. So in the app layout here, you can just go ahead and wherever you have children here, let me just go ahead and wrap it in the theme provider. Okay, just like this. And then finally add the mod toggle. So you can just say, I'm just going to copy this, and I can just add a mod toggle in also components. And you can just add like mod toggle, mod toggle.tsx, tsx, just like this. Okay, so if you can see, we need to install a couple of components, the button plus the drop down menu. So let's go ahead and install those ones. So going back here, I'm just going to go to the components, and I just need to add, for instance, the button dot installation, and where we have this. So I'm just going to go ahead and from the button, I'm just going to add drop down menu, just like that. And let's install. I think those are the two things we need to install. Okay, so as it is installing, we can just go and link. So if I just go like in the page somewhere, and I try to use, I can just go in the page and remove everything. Okay, I'm just going to go here and I say main, and inside I can just say mod toggle, just like this, and I just run this npm run dev. Okay, and let's just go to localhost 3000 to see this. Okay, so you can see we have this mod toggle that is really working. So that is a beta starting point. So now let's just add how we can add the header, the footer, the hero section, and other things, right? So I'm just going to head to this documentation here. This is my own documentation I've created over time to help me over different things. Okay, so you can just search for reusable, I guess, or I just always just search for a queer editor, something like. I'm just going to search for here under Next.js. You can search for reusable something here, reusable components. So you can just go on reusable components. I think let's just go in the light mode. Okay, so just going to here on reusable components, and you can see there is general installation like installing SAD and Lucid. We have also finished installing the dark mode. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead. It seems there is some. Just a second. Okay, so onto this page, for reusable components, we are going to use some of these reusable components in this project so that it helps us really get started very fast. So the first thing I want to add is a header, as you can see here. So I'm just going to copy this and I will create site header. So I will just go back to my project and I will create in components. I'm just going to create, I think, a global folder. Is it like global? I'm just going to call this like the front end because we'll have like many headers. So I'll just go here and say site site header.tsx, and let's paste this. Let's start by installing those things, the packages that we need. So the first one, as you can see, we have the button, we have the mod toggle, that one which is okay, and the button. So this we can just say add, for instance, components. Okay, and then the same thing, I'm just going to add, remove this, add components, mod toggle. Okay, so we have next auth that is going to, we are going to sort add authentication at some point. So we could just go ahead and add next auth at this point. You could just go and install, I don't know if it is necessary at this point, but you can just like go ahead and let's add some of the components, including next auth also. So npm install next auth. We just use next auth for authentication, but I'm just going to install the package right now. Let me go back to shard to this. Copy this. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to start installing. We just clear this. Let me install. I'm just going to remove the button. I will install avatar. Okay. Now we have these get generate initials and so on. First, leave that one. There's logo. There is authenticated avatar. I think that's the only thing we just need right now. Just like this. Okay, so when you just look at where we used all these ones, for instance, there is this uh, logo here. I can just remove this logo. We'll create it by ourselves. Okay, I will just go ahead here and put this to be the logo. We still have a few things we need to add. For instance, there is this avatar, and this tells you is you can just go here and just say by default the same thing here, just like this. Now we need to get this get initials function. Okay, I'm just going to go here and see how I can get I don't need the logo. I'm going to remove it and let me see. Okay, so we can just create a logo component. Okay, I'm just going to create the logo component. Let me just bring it back from global logo. So I'll just create also another folder called global, and this is going to hold all the global components. And let's just go ahead and create the logo. Okay, just new file, logo.tsx, and you can just say RFC. So if you just look at in the site header, the logo takes in a few things, and we just made it out of this very one. So just going to copy this, and let me just take back here, and I will just also add the logo just like this. Okay, so in the logo, let's go ahead and add this for now. Okay, I'm just going to call this my logo. Okay, my logo, and this is going to be next link. Okay, so if you just go back here and look at the what the logo is supposed to have, we just scroll down to the logo. Where is the logo? Where is the logo? Okay, it is here. So you can see it has href and it has this label shown. Okay, if you look at this, I'm just going to go ahead and put these things here. For instance, you can pass in the href, you can also pass in the title. So here we're just going to say type logo props, and these you can pass in the title of the logo. This is going to be a string. You can pass in href, which is a string. You can also pass in this label shown, which is going to be a boolean. Okay, so these two I'm just going to make that the title and this label, they are not required. So here I will just pass in the title, okay, comma href, comma label shown, and these of type of logo props. Okay, just like this. So just need only pass in the href, and I will just put the href here, and then here we just put the title. Okay, and this one will only show up only if the label shown is true. So if we have label shown, then we just show the title. Otherwise, we're just going to show this. Okay, so you can just go ahead and customize this. Here you add either an icon or whatever you want to add. Okay, so the title, href, everything is being used. So go back here to this and just also copy these two, and you can just go and pass them to the logo up here, this one. Okay, just like this. And we can just like also just go here and just say add components, global, then we have logo, then we have the authenticated avatar plus these two stuff. So I just want to show you this authenticated avatar. So I'm just also going to go ahead and create this, copy, and I'm just going to go to components, maybe under global. Let me just add authenticated avatar.tsx. RFC. So what is in this authenticated avatar? I will also create, okay, let's just first do this. So I will just go in a project I did authenticated avatar and I look at that. So let's just go here. Just authenticated avatar. Okay, this is the authenticated avatar. It simply is the drop down with a menu. So I'm just going to copy this to this authenticated avatar, and let's see what we can install. It still also accesses these initials, okay, and also has the logout button. So it also takes in the session and so on and so forth. Basically is to give us the drop down name menu and the name of the person if someone is logged in, right? So we also need the in this we need two things. We have the generate initials function in the libs. So in the lib, let me write this function generate initials generate initials. Is that the spelling? .ts. Okay. Let's see what can we put into this. Generate initials. I think I will also get all these functions. I will put them in the documentation. So all these simple reusable functions we always use, I will just put them somewhere in this documentation here. You will find the reusable those functions. Right now we just need only one, which is generate initials. Okay, I'm just going to open this with VS Code and we look at it. So this is it. Generate initials. Is it just like the way it was here, get initials? Let's just first see. Yeah, it's called get initials. Okay, so I will just go ahead and copy this and let's go ahead and put it in our generate initials. You can just simply first write this export function get initials. It takes in a name, which can be a string, null, or undefined. And then we say if the name is there, because it can be null or so undefined, then we do this. Okay, I'm just like moving slow so that you can write it down. So just go ahead and write this down. And it just generates this. And if it is not there, just return any you want to be the default. Okay, so going back here in this, we can now just get this one. So I can just say at libs, just like this. Now we are remaining with only logout button. So I'm just also going to create the logout button. So logout button in components. Okay, so I'm just going to open this, and you guys, you can see it is a logout button. So I will just go and create also in the global logout a button .tsx, and I'm just going to paste this. And in the logout button, as you can see, it is simply just a button with logout. There is nothing much. You can see just button with just logout, and it also has this handle logout. Okay. So just go ahead and bring it here. So I'm just going to say add. Okay, components global logout, I guess. Did I just like put it like global logout btn? So it is logout btn, just like this. At just like this. Okay, so in the site header, let's go back. We're just going to have authenticated, which is also in the global. I will say at components, and then authenticated avatar. Let's just say this authenticated avatar.tsx at components, then global. So just say global this. Okay, and then get initials. It is also at libs. So basically right now we have no errors. Okay, we have these two at head UI React. So you have to add this one, and then also the hero icons React. So I'm just going to start with at headless React. Okay, just go ahead and get these because those ones are helping us also in the building of this stuff here. So I'm just going to add these two. I just copy the at headless UI React. So just go here and you could just say just a second. Okay, so we have to install the headless UI React. I'm just going to copy this. I don't know if it is copying or not. So I'm just going ahead and install those two things. Okay, just install the npm headless React. Next is the hero icons. So it is hero icons React. So also copy those ones and let's also go ahead and install them. Okay, so after I've installed this headless UI React and hero icons React, these two packages, they're just on npm headless React and the hero icons React. Okay, so now it seems like in my site header I don't have any errors. Okay, so let me go ahead. See, we still have our application there blank the way it is. Let's go back to the documentation. So this was only the site header, right? So we have also the layout. Now, before we go to, okay, we have the layout, which is actually having the site header and also the, I think it has just the site header and the site footer, okay? So we can just say go ahead and put the footer. So here at the end, you see there is a footer. So I will just go ahead and in the front end, I will do site footer. Site footer.tsx, just like that. And let's add this code. I don't think this one needs any installation. Just like this. Okay, so now we have the footer and we're exporting a default footer. So just go ahead and bring in the layout. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in our layout and I'm just going to copy this layout. Now, before I put in the layout, I just want to go back here. Okay, so there always like when you're just creating, let me just say to xcaddraw. Okay, I'm just going to, so there are two things always you want to do. You always want to separate like at least three things. The first one is you will have to have three things. you will have the front end group. So at least you're just going to create a lot of groups. Okay, you have let me just bump this up. Okay, you will have a couple of groups. You'll have the front end, and then you will also be having the back end or the admin. So just say you have also the admin uh, group. Okay, so this one is going to hold the pages on the front end, and this one is going to hold the pages on the back end, like the admin panel, the forms for CRUD, and other things. Okay, so you just need right away to create these two um, groups. So we can just go here and let's create those groups. So in the app, I can create two groups. The first group is going to be maybe, and how you create a group is putting the brackets, and then you can just say this is going to be admin. And then of course, in the admin, you can just go ahead and put a new file, which is going to be, for instance, dashboard. Okay, and then this dashboard is going to have maybe dashboard and page.tsx, something like this. Okay, let me just go in this app with RFC and I just say hello admin. Okay, just like this. Great. So, and then in the then another one is the front. Okay, or just you can just call this home, whichever you want. So just say home. Okay, and then in this home is where you're just going to have this page. Let me in the home. Okay, I'm dropping this page in the home, and what it is needs to be in the home. You can create all other pages in the home, but so far we are good. So there is this layout. That will be this big layout which has the dark mode. This is the layout for the whole entire website. Okay, and then we have the layout for the admin. So if I just go in the admin group and I create a layout .tsx here. Okay, layout.tsx, not sxt. I'm just going to rename this to tsx. And you can just say, go ahead and create this as the admin layout. Okay, you can just call it maybe the dashboard layout, anything you want. Dashboard layout. Okay, I'm just going to say here h2 and then say welcome. Okay, so here of course we pass in the children since this is a layout. So children, and the children are of type React node. So just say here React node, and then here you can just put children. Okay, let's put here children. Okay, so this one is going to for the dashboard. Okay, and you can just also rename this, maybe avoid confusing with the admin. Just say call it the dashboard. Okay, and since we are renaming a folder in action, you can just restart this. Okay, so we have two layouts. We have this the dashboard layout, the dashboard group, and the home group. And then let's create one more layout in here. And this is the layout we're just going to add here. Let me just go ahead and copy this layout. So this is going to be the home layout. So go in the home and let's create a layout file, layout the tsx, and let's add this. Okay. And we can just like import the footer and the site header. I'm just going to remove these ones. So that I just say site header, whatever it is. And then I will just do also site footer, whatever it is. Now, you could just actually take off I think this one is not necessary, but we have this clip path. So the header is missing session. Okay, we can just get a session const. Session is equal to await get server session from next auth. Okay, we could just say come here and we say just session is null. Okay, and then let's pass here session equal session, because we don't have the auth options and so many other things. Okay, so just like leave it at this point like this. Okay, so we have the header and then we also have the footer. Now this here, this thing you're seeing here, I have in the middle, you're just going to see it. So going back to the site now, let me refresh. We should be having the header plus the footer. Okay, so this is at this point, this is how it is looking like. Okay, and as you can see, it looks really great. So I'm just going to go in the hero section. So here you can just go back to the page here, and I'm just going to remove this mod toggle and put like h2 of saying hero section, and here is going to be class name of min height of screen, just like this, just to see this. Okay, so this thing here you're seeing here, this gradient is the one that is in the layout. Okay, this one you're seeing the clip path here, this is the one that is looking like this. Okay, so we have the header as you can see here, and this header is already responsive. If I just do something like this, you can see that this is looking really, really amazing. Okay, so at least we have the footer away, the header plus the footer off, and you can see also the footer. We can just get this. Okay, so this header here, I can tell you why you can get it from scratch. Even if you don't copy there, you can just go to Tailwind UI, and if you just look at the components, there is why you can see that they have, I don't know if it's just like under hero sections. Yeah, so you can see they have this. Okay, so I got it from here, and this is for free. Okay, you can just go copy here, and you can just easily get this for free. So yeah, this is why I got it. As you can see, the React, you can just go ahead and see. So this looks exactly, even this stuff they have here, this is exactly the one we have here. So the other one was inspired by this. The only thing I added is this dark mode, this mode toggle, which we already have, and the login button. So this becomes our header. So this gives you a very nice starting point. Let's just go ahead and drop in the hero section. Remember, we are building a starter, and most of the things I'm just going to do, I'm going to also be inspired by this Zen Voice. Now, Zen Voice is also by Maklu, this guy of Shipfast. I really like this guy. Like, he defines most of the things I believe in. I also believe in him. So if you look at how we designed this, very straightforward and very clean. So just going to be looking something like that's why you see the header has the logo, then in the middle we have this, and then at last we have the login. That's why we're having also ours this. You have the links. We're just going to change these links in a minute, but then you have also this login at the end. Now for us, we are adding in one extra thing for the dark mode. Great. So after having added that, let's just go ahead and drop in the hero section, a very short and brief like that. I'm just going to go ahead and in the page, let me just drop in the hero section just like this. So just go inside here, drop in this. Now, as you can hear, you can see I have this announcement. Now, this announcement is this one. Wait. What is announcement? So it is something just like this, the way you see on this startup template for Magic UI. This kind of thing you see here, and we also saw it on the Tailwind UI. This one here. So this is the announcement, right? You have just to put anything you want here. You can just like put whichever new features. So I'm just going to go ahead and just put this, create this announcement. So I will just go to the home, not home in the components, a front end. Let's just put announcement. Announcement.tsx. And luckily enough, this announcement is in the docs here. So just copy this announcement and paste it here. So this takes in a title and the href, and as you can see, it has also this move right arrow. So the matter just like importing it here, just like this. Let's go back and I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so you can see we have introducing email templates. Then you have your board heading you want. Now, in this case, you could just have the way you see all of them has this board stuff, and then like some text here, and then the button. As you can see here, we have this, the same thing like this. Now we need to add a button at some point. Okay, after adding this, and then you have also this. Okay, I just want to add a button. Okay, if you look at the Zen voice, they have this, and then he has this description, and then he has also this stuff you can put. I think we can also just like put these ones. I will put them, and then you have this big button, this one here. So for that button, I just want a somehow a nice fancy button that I'm just going to use there. Now, if you just go back to this is hub where you have this course, just next. If you go to my this website of this is hub, you can see we have this nice button which says enroll. Okay, I would want to create a link like this one that is having something like this. Okay, now where you can get that is in so many places. Okay, you could just get this from Magic UI. If you just go here, just go to Magic UI. Okay, if you just go to Magic UI, let me see. So in the Magic UI, I think there is where they have buttons somewhere. Let me see, but yeah, this is why they have here the buttons. And under the buttons, there is one with this, right? So this is the same as almost like this one. Now you can see this one is moving fast. Now, another one where you can get this is from Authentication UI, just like this. And if you just go to components, there is where you're going to see that, I don't know where, but definitely somewhere. And we'll be getting a lot of components from here just to make our starter template look extremely nice. Now, I don't know why I just saw this. I think it's just here. The moving border. So this is the one I used. Okay. This is the one I used. And if we see this is just like a button. It didn't have a link or anything. But what we can just start on is by looking at the installation. Yeah, so you need to install Framer, CLX, and Tailwind Merge. Now these two already they're installed. The CLX and Tailwind Merge, they are always installed by shard. So I will just install Framer Motion. Okay. I will just install Framer Motion. Just like this. And after that, you can just copy this in the utils, and you have to make some changes in the Tailwind config. That is the most important thing here. Okay, you have to add some of these things in the Tailwind. So I'm just going to go ahead and make sure we have this. So as you can see, it has a default theme and it has colors. So let me just go to the Tailwind config. I will first add these 3 lines. The Tailwind config, Control P, Tailwind config. Okay, so we have it here. So on top, I'm just going to import those ones, the default theme and the colors. Okay, then from there, you can just see in the plugins, you're just going to add add variables. Okay, so just copy this, go to plugins all the way down here. So you have this first one, put comma, and then put this one. So you have to get to define this add variable for colors. So you can just see it is this one. Add variable for color is this function. So I'm just going to copy and I'm just going to add it here down. Okay. Yeah. So you can just see you have this. I don't know where it is. Okay, it is this function. Function add variable for colors is what we have just added here. And I think that's the only thing we need to do. Okay, so with that, I will just go and bring the other one. Okay, I think another thing you need to put is you have in the utils, we already have this in the utils. Tailwind config, we have added that. And then copy this. You can see there is components UI moving border, and then you can just now use it. So I'm just going to go to my source code the other side and I add those 2 things. Just go here, components, and then you can see in the components you have to create UI. Okay, and then you have to add this moving border. So you can see they have called it this moving border. I'm just going to simply copy this. Okay, just copy this. I'm just going to go to UI, new file, and just going to call it moving border.tsx. Paste this. So probably this is going to not have any errors if you have installed everything the way it needs, the framer motion and everything. Okay, so moving on, after you have added this moving border, now I think you can just go ahead and use it. So I'm just going to go ahead and see where I used it. Probably in the hero section, I guess. So I can just go and open this so that I just get that button because I just made it a link. So if I just could just go to maybe the hero section. If you go to the page, okay, make sure I'm sticking to the front page. So you can just see this is under hero section. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see on my website. This is under this. Okay, so you can just go to where we have this hero typing and let's see what we have. So you can see we have this custom button. Okay, custom button link, custom link button. I'm just going to copy this so you can just get this button. And let's go ahead in our starter kit. Okay, let's go in our starter kit on the page here. I'm just going to first place it here. Just a custom link button. Okay, and then finally, let's go ahead and create this component. I'm just going to copy this, go in the front end, or you could just even go in the global and let's create this custom link button, TSX. Okay, and let's just go ahead and get this. Okay, and I'm just going to go here and let's copy this. Okay, just like so. So basically it is just a button, and this button comes from components UI moving border. Okay, as you can see it here, and you have now the button. We give it the border radius and then all these things here, right? Yeah, so this is how you create. I just modified this and I added my own link because they were just not allowing to, by default doesn't have links. So going back here, let's go ahead and get this. Okay, so you can just like add any word you want. For instance, for the case of the Zen voice is just like get Zen voice or such get started. Whatever you just want to do here is you put anything you want, get started. Okay, and then you can pass in any href you want, maybe to the login or to the any sign up, whichever you want. So let's just go ahead and go back to ours. We'll just refresh and you can see we have it here. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and add like margin bottom or something. And I can just add this from this text center. Or I can just like add margin top and then here margin bottom of 4. Okay, just push this button out of it. So now I have this and this looks also amazing in the dark mode, as you can see here. Okay, so you just have this the button. Okay, I'm just going to put back in the light mode and this is looking amazing. So already we just like getting really nice things. Okay, moving on. So as we just like moving now at this point, I just feel like adding in more stuff. So let's scroll down. So there is this component as you can see here. Like people to put like this, I think is a good thing. You can just add this. So you can also get this from either this side. Okay, let me see. There is why there is not animated list. We're just going to use this in a second somewhere, but there is why we have the doc. Let me just see avatar circles. So there is this one. Okay, you could just like add this, but there is also from a certainty UI. Where is certainty? Is it called a certainty or called what? So if you just go back to the components here, you saw this component around here. We just like choose the best, this one. Okay, so if you just look at this, it has this nice thing. I don't know if this or the other one is the best. There is this one. Okay, but I feel like this one is the best. I'm just going to use this one. Okay, so before just going here, let's go ahead and see the installation. The first thing is Framer, of which we have the utils we have, and then you have to create this animated tooltip. So under this, I'm just going to copy this. So go under UI. I'm just going to close out this. Under UI, where is my UI? Okay, I'm just going to create this animated tooltip.tsx. I'm just going to expand this, copy the code, and let's go ahead and add it. Okay, nice and clean. Okay, then the next one, and that's it, I guess. Really? Let me just see. Okay, so after adding this, now we can just go to the code. Okay, so just go back here to the code. This is where they used it. So I'm just going to come here and they say, this one he called it animated avatar. Yes, you just call it avatar circles or avatar circles. So I'm just going to go here in global. Let me just say, call this avatar circles. Avatar circles. The tsx, and let's paste this. Okay. So here they have added the images just like this of people you want. You can also, of course, always go ahead and change this. Like these items, you have the name and what you can always just change this, but I will leave it like that. So just go ahead and use this animated. I'm just going to rename this to animated avatar circles, animated avatars, animated circle avatars or animated avatars. Just use it animated avatars. Just go still. I'm just going to go below this and I'm just going to add dot padding y of maybe 6, and let's add this animated avatars just like this. Let's go back and see. Let's just go back and see. I'm just going to refresh. Okay, they're just saying invalid is not configured. So if you just look at this animated avatars, animated tooltip, so you see behind the scenes they're using what? If you just go back here, they're using next image, or so you could just go here and see. Okay, so they're using next image. So the fact that they're using next image, that's why we're having this error saying that these images are not configured. So you can just go here and you can just configure the image just like this. Okay, message is in the app router. So to add this, just go ahead and add the remote patterns just in this. So I'm just going to copy this. Control C. Let's just go back to our next config, and then inside here, let's add these images. Now for the protocol, so what we just need is the protocol plus, I think, this. So here, I don't know if I can also put a wildcard. Okay, I can just like put, because you can just like go ahead and put different stuff. I don't know if I can just like put stuff. If this can work, I'm not so sure. Like, is in the documentation, do they talk about that? Next image and a configured. Here they just like summarized it. They didn't talk much about it. Okay, let's just go and see. This is going to restart the server if you do this. Let's just first see if the server was restarted. So if you just go back here, you can just see that the font changes, it restarted the server. Let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, so we just have it here. Okay, you can just see like we have this here, so you can just go ahead and customize it the way you want. Okay, you can see here he added this star 785 folders sleep data, so you could also just like add that. It seems to look nice. So coming back here, I'm just going to add in this padding, just make it actually padding top of like 8. Okay, then padding bottom of 4. I'm just going to go ahead and just make this to be a flex. Item center, and let's just add this plus where we have the star, so you can just come here. Just like this. Okay. Just going to put this as a p tag, just like this. And let's go and put the stars. Okay. So you can just like put also a flex having the stars. So you can just say star from there is star from Rosit. Let's duplicate this. Sorry. Let's just go back here, and I'm just going to duplicate this 4 times or probably 6 times. Okay, so you can just see it here. This is how it looks like. And you could just also, if you wanted the bold ones, you could just go to React icons instead. React icons. I don't know where yours is. Come here, React icons. So just go to React icons, and you could just put a star. Okay, so we have a solid one, and we have also this. So you can just get this solid one, and you can just like first here import this. And before that, you can just first go ahead and install React icons. npm install React icons. Okay, so I'm just going to go up here, put this here. Okay, faster. I'm just going to do this far star or something like that. Faster, just like this. Okay. So now for this, we could just, I think there is why we could just like have done this, like, I think this array, I'm not sure, array dot from, and then you can pass in, okay. I don't know if you pass in array from, then you pass in like the underscore length. I'm not so sure, guys. And then like you pass in length of 4 something. Let me just get that from ChatGPT. Okay, just going to open chat also to help us on some few things. I don't know why that method is. Can you use array dot from a method in TypeScript to map through this star, just like that, and let's just see. Okay, so it is array from just like this. Okay, array from, and then you pass in the length. So okay, you destruct and you pass in, for instance, 4, and then comma, then you have the index, and then you can just like really map this like so. So you created like the star rating component. I don't know if that is nice. I think will be, I think, more nice star rating component. Let me just copy this star rating .tsx just like this, and you just simply have to call star rating and the way it is here, star rating, and then you pass in the count. Okay, I'm just going to go back home, and where you have this star rating, just like that. Okay, so let's just go and see. Okay, so these they have to be wrapped in a flex, and we can just give them also a color. So I'm just going to go star rating, and then say give this class name of flex, items center, and gap of maybe 2 or 1, and the color of this, we could just also pass in the star color, or could just give it class name of text like orange 400. I don't know, like you could just like definitely have a beta color or something. Then we can also just give it a width of 6, height of 6. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this nearby here. Maybe this one we just make it maybe 5 or something. Okay. We have flex, item center. I don't know where this gets to do what it is doing here right now. Can I just add? Let me first add a bg of green 300. Now in these animated avatars, I'm just also going to add bg of yellow 300. Let's add this. Just want to see like what is going on here. Okay, so it seems like now we are good. Item center. So putting this inside that, it did like this. So if I put back like this, let me see. Oh, okay, let me just now put them back just like this. Okay, just say justify. So we can just like justify center, and we see that. Okay, great. And then let's give a gap. Let's give a gap of like 4. Okay, a gap of maybe 8 or something, and let's just remove these or weird backgrounds. Okay, so we have now our nice component. It is missing something. I'm wondering why. Just going to discover it in a second, but let me just first also remove this green. Okay, so if you just look at this, as if this star rating, they just like below a bit. So either in the star rating, we don't have that, or it is in the animated avatars, they might be having like a margin bottom. Okay, just this, remove it. Okay, so now we are good. Okay, you can see the hero section is top notch and looks really great. Okay, and now, let's go ahead and see the more things we can add. So this section is done. Now there is this section I like actually. Like it is a section which is always comparing the good thing and the bad thing. Like really it is a really nice component and it is very clean. Okay. So I think we need just to have like some of these headings as a component. So I just go ahead and copy this. So just go ahead and just create also a nice component like section heading, section, section heading dot tsx. Okay, RFC. Okay, they just go ahead and go to, we can just go to shard and where we have, what do they call this? Typography, and let's just go and copy the, where we have like H1, just like this. Okay. And this is going to take in just a title, which is a string. Okay, so just put a title here. Okay, so here maybe we just reduce this to 4. and then this to 3. And let's go ahead and just say section heading inside the page. Okay. So we have this, we have the star rating. Okay, just like this. Just going to say dot padding y of 6. And here we're just going to add the section heading. Okay, I'm just going to add the section, which is, for instance, comparison. Just going to call it this comparison. So just go in components. I just call it a comparison. Comparison features. The TSX, RFC, the spelling here. Let me just fix this. Copy this. Okay. So I will start by putting the section heading, which may be padding y of 2. Let's just add section heading, and takes in the title. So just go ahead and copy the title here. Okay. So I think this is a different section altogether. I'm just going to go ahead and put it out in a new section. I think it will just go there. It's okay. I'm just going to say here comparison features. Okay. So you see, so we have this tab of managing your stuff. So these is going to be the comparison features. I think we need to take it back to where it was. I'm just going to say padding, I think padding bottom of maybe 6. I'm just going to go to this, go back to 5, and this one to 4. You could even just like, yeah, I think like that one is good enough. Like is really big enough. The only thing we just need to put is really put a big. So let's just go to this. So I'm just going to add the padding y of 16, just like that, because it's a new stuff. So down here, just going to have 2 cards. Okay, like these 2 cards here. This is just going to help us like really put our features for the whichever app you're building. Okay, so you just come here and just going to build this card. Maybe I'm just going to build this card out. I'm just going to say the padding y maybe of 4. Okay, so here I will have the 2 cards. Okay, features card or something. I'm just going to go here in this features card.tsx RFC. So it starts having like, for instance, a list. const features is equal to, so you pass in an array. And the first thing I just want to, so before I pass in an array, for instance, we have the color red and plus this green. So to differentiate between these two, I will just add in this okay, we're just like passing, I think, two things. So the features, let's just say the features here, they're going to, let me just duplicate this as the features. Okay, then this, and then this, okay, then this, and finally this. Okay, so if you have a card, you just want to simply match in these features. So just say features dot map, and then you have the item is its index, and you're just going to say return. Okay, so just going to return a, for instance, a div which is going to consist of an icon, for instance x from receipt, plus a span, plus the span which is actually actual item. Okay, just give this key of index, and let's give this class name, sorry, flex items center. For this one, let's give it a class name. Okay, and just going to have a class name of width is 4, height 4, and maybe margin error of 2. And you can also just give it flex length of 0. Great. So is this, we're just going to give it class name. Let me just give it rounded, maybe MD. Okay, rounded MD, and maybe with a mini shadow, just like this. Okay, so just go ahead and just bring this features card. Okay, inside the page, of course, comparison features in here. I will have this. Sorry. Just import it. Now this, we're just going to give it, I think I could give it grid called grid calls like 1, and then lg grid calls 2, just like this. And you can just go ahead and just say just like that. Let's try gap of 8. Okay, so this is it here. Let's just go ahead and just work on this. I'm just going to start with padding. So in the features card, let's start by giving it padding. of 6. Okay, if you just look at this invoice, I don't think it has like even like a shadow. Is that a shadow or I don't know? It might just not like a shadow, but a border. Instead, just say a border, and we see, yeah. So a border might just like work fine. Let's go ahead and specify. So then this we can just say space y of 3. This is going to put spaces on this text here. And okay, so I think the padding is one which is like really big, right? So let's try padding like of 16. Padding of 16, just like this. Like the padding is really big. Okay, I think that is like really big again. Let's just try padding of maybe 12. Is 12 there? Yeah. Okay. And then the text. Okay. I don't know which font he used in here. Let's first see the font. Okay, Gabrito. Okay, we're just going to we also just look for a nice font at some point. But I think um I don't know if this is just like limited by the space. Let's see. Go back to the page. And I'm just going to give this BG green. I just want to see where this is. Okay, so you can see like this is the maximum width. So I'm just going to put this somehow outside. So I'm just going to cut this. Okay, and you might just need to create another stuff. So after this here, you see that we can create another one. So mx auto dot max width of maybe this time 6 XL and with padding y of 8. So just like add this. Maybe this 16. I'm just going to put it on this. Okay, so remove this. Let's remove the green. And let's see. Okay, so you can see like right now we have something like this. Okay, so these ones they have headings. I think we have also to put a heading to this, and then make sure this one is in the center. So in the comparison features, let's give a class name of text center, and we see that. Okay, so let's give the heading to these ones. If you just notice, the heading is within the card. So the card, in other words, has the following. So the card has features, okay, which is going to be equal to features, okay, and then the card has a title, and then just going to have one more, but let's put those two. . For now, just go to the card. I'm just going to copy these features, cut them, and let's say featured feature card. Let's say type a feature card props is equal to, it will have a title which is a string. It will have a features which is string array, just like that. So pass in here, and you just going to have title and the features, and just here you will just say feature card props. After doing that, we come back here, we can define the features. Okay, the title for each of the cards we can just go ahead and define. So for instance, this is stripe, and this is going to be this. Of course, you can always just like, okay, in the card, let's just go ahead and add the heading. So if you notice, we don't have the heading. We just add h2 and just add the title. As simple as that. We can just give this a class name, font, or padding y, maybe say padding bottom of 3 or 4. Let's just go and see. Okay, so it doesn't have to have text center. So I'm just going to go in this, and you can just say text left. Okay, maybe just increase the a little bit, maybe 2xl. Okay, it's too much. Maybe xl. Okay, that is good. Okay, and the margin bottom, maybe padding bottom of 3. Okay, so now what is remaining are the background colors. Okay. Just a second. Okay, so what is remaining right now is trying to make this red as it is in here, and this one like green. So we could choose our colors. Okay, I don't know if you just like very okay to stick with these ones, but we could pass in one more thing, which is maybe the class name. I don't know if I just put here, for instance, bg red 50 and text red, let's say like 400. How would this look like? Okay, so this is how it looks like. The background is okay, but then the text, let's make it 600. Yeah, so I think this is the one. Let me just continue. It is even more dense than that, like 700. It cannot be 800, right? Okay, I think that is maybe the one or not. Okay, so after passing in this, I'm just going to pass in as a class name. And then let me just define a class name here to be a string. Okay, and maybe we could just say this might not be required. And I will just copy, for instance, this here. And I will just put the normal one is, so let me just copy and I give this, for instance, to be the default. So if I just come here, I just going to use cn and let me just pass the default one and then pass in class name. Okay. So now if I go to any card, and let me just copy this and then let me remove this. Going back to page comparison features. So to where I have these cards, I can just choose to give this. And then to this one, I can just give BG green and even here BG green. Okay, so you can see now we have these two nice looking. Now for the features, we're just also going to separate them. So there is this. Let me just pass in the features. So I'm just going to say here, call these ones corners, I think. And then like pros, like whichever you just choose. I'm just going to come and I paste these. Okay, so like this, like this, like this. Okay, just like this. Put the comma here. So we could just go and just say corners here, and then we just say pros. Okay. So just go ahead and we have this. Okay. So that one can represent this one. And then you also have these are going to be like the what are they called? These are testimonials, right? So you can just go here for testimonials. We can use magic. That is why it has this tweet card. I don't know how this one looks like. Not this one. I just we could just go back to this uncertainty, go back to components. Okay, there are a lot of components that they can remain be used for testimonials. Okay, can just get the testimonials. So there is this one. I'm just going to right click on this. Okay, I'm going to right click on that. Let's see if we have any other testimonials. So I think that is the testimonial card we have. Okay, I think that's the testimonial cards we have. These here, where you have these stacks, which have like these different people on what they are talking about. Your app application. We can use also this Twitter card. I don't think we need a Twitter card. Okay. We can check on Magic UI. They seem not to have like testimonials. So let's just go and put this. Okay, probably I should just go to the light mode. Okay. So there is this which can work very well with the testimonial. So just go ahead and add this component. So we first go to the installation first. Framer, we already have it, and then utils, we already have it. So I'm just going to say card stack .tsx in the UI. So components UI. Let's just go ahead and add card stack.tsx, and you can copy this just like so, and then that's it. We just go ahead and copy the code, go to the code here and copy this. We're just going to go ahead and create a component in the these testimonials.tsx. Okay, so this is the card stack. The only thing you need to pass in is these conversations. As you can see here, you can see even you have the highlight component. So this the highlight component you can see, so meaning you can pass in your own component within the card. Okay, you can pass in anything you want. So you just going to have this as cards demo. So just going to say testimonials. Okay. So I just copy this and go back to the page. So after these comparisons, I'm just going to add padding y of 8, and then here let's add testimonials. Okay. We'll just go back to our application, which is this one. Okay, so there is this one. Since it is near this, I'm just going to really put it nearby. So I'm just going to say this to be padding bottom instead. Okay. I don't know if we should put it inside the comparison features, because if you look at this here, you realize that they are almost in the same. The padding that is there is really small, right? Okay, so I'm just going to cut this. I'm just going to, I don't know, we could just like expose this. Let me just add this. So under comparison features, we have padding Y, padding bottom, then padding Y04. I'm not seeing exactly where this has a lot of padding on it. What I'm just going to do is a BG red 300. I just want to see where that is covering. Okay, so it seems like the match padding is on the other one. So let me cut this. Let me go to the testimonials. Okay, they have this height, right? So let's just reduce this to maybe 20 rem. Okay, so that's great. So you can see like they are just near this. Okay, you can just like go ahead and give them a title that would be very much okay. Okay, I'm just going to make 22 here. So you can just like go ahead and just like make, and if you want to move the title, I'm not going to put it just, they will be looking like as if they are part of this here. So moving on is, and some of these things, by the way, they are supporting the dark mode out of the box. Okay, like you can see. Okay, so like this here, I think we just need to, that is section heading, section heading, section heading, and we could just give it text slate 900. Yeah, okay. So let's just go ahead and go back to the home page. So we have testimonials, we have the features. I'll put this back to the dark light mode. So let's go back here. There is one component. So after this, there is this this one. We're just going to put this, but I think also this from the Magic UI. So let me just put nearby here. So this Magic UI, I just want to put something like this, like the one which shows the, maybe the dashboard of the app or something. Okay. I don't know if we can, I just like have the image. Seems like the image is very hard to get. Okay, we're just going to have the image. This image fills in the whole entire thing. So like this can be the image of the dashboard. Now if you just go to Magic UI, we need to look for that effect. They have a lot of effects. There is special effect, the animated beam. So we have this border. Actually, you can see it is on this image actually. That image they have of Magic UI. Here, you can see there is this beam moving. We shall also put it. Where is our site? So I was still on Magic UI looking for things to put. There is Magic Card. There is this neon, confetti, particles. Then there's the school mode. Okay. There's text animations, button, and then there is backgrounds. Okay. The dot pattern and the grid button. Okay, so it seems like I need just to get where we can just have this like this image here. If you just check, this image is from shadcn. Okay, if I go to shad, they got it from, I think, examples. It is this one. Okay, so how do you take this? I don't know. I'm just going to first go to the light mode. Okay, card stack. Okay, a dashboard. I'm just going to take the one I think with the dashboard. So to take a nice one, I don't know how to do that, but what I'm just going to do, I have two options. Okay, I have two options to do that. We just either you can take using the awesome screenshot. Just come here and select the area you want to take. So from here, we drag over like this up to this point. Maybe that's a nice balance. And then move down. Okay, and then up to maybe here. Okay, just right there, take capture. Okay, so I'm just going to download this or save this as a PNG. Okay, so I'm just going to say dashboard. Okay, so I'm just going to open this. If you look at this, I think this is good enough. It has some things we don't want. For instance, it brought the header. Okay, let me first see. It brought the header. So it's just left a little bit of this. Alternatively, you can also use a snipping tool. So you just say snipping. Let's look at this. And if you just use a snipping tool, they do the same thing. Let's see. Just like this, and let's drop down like this. So now the snipping tool has this problem of it can't drag over, so that is a no. Okay, so I'm just going to use the other one. I'm just going to drop it in the fabric. Copy this and let's go to the fabric folder. Reveal, and just like put it here, dashboard.png, and they just go after the testimonials. Okay, after these testimonials, I'm just going to go ahead and put dot padding y 06, and there's this image. Okay, the image is going to have the source, which is going to be slash dashboard.png, and then we have alt, and then alt is going to have this is the dashboard image, whatever. And then you're just going to put some, so you have to specify, I think, width and height. So I'm just going to go to this, I'm just going to go to this image, and you can just hover on it. This is 18, it is 1876, 1876. 1876, and height it is 1220. Okay, you can give this a class name. So just say width full, rounded. Okay, maybe rounded LG. So just need to put a beam in a second, but let's just first see how this looks like. Okay, so you can see we have this right now. There is that weird border going on. You could just also remove it. So I can simply edit this title bit. Okay. So I could just remove that. Okay, and maybe here also remove that. Remove that. And also remove this. Okay, so just go ahead and save this. Okay, just like this, and let's get the new dimensions. Going to refresh. Okay, let me just get the new dimensions. 1775, 75 by, okay, I'm just going to hover here now. They're not telling me. So just like right click and show properties. Okay, so you could just see here is 1109. So is 1109, just like this. Okay, let's refresh. It is still caching. Okay, so we have it just like this. Okay, you don't know if we added, for instance, a border. There's this add a border in, yeah. So you could just like add a border like so, which is looking great. And now I'm just going to put also this moving board or something. So I'm just going to go here in the Magic UI where we have the animated beam. Okay, his border beam, this one here. So what we need to do is to look on the installation, and you could first look at Magic UI installation, React. So you can see the only thing you need is Tailwind, CLX, Tailwind, and Framer Motion, of which we already have. Okay, so that is the only thing you need. The CLI is just like this. So I'm just going to go back to the border beam. Let's go to installation, and I'm just going to say this. Copy here, npm, and let's go to here. Let's install this. So I've installed this component. So they say update the tailwind config. So you can see here they have added the animation. So I'm just going to first copy the animation. Just go to tailwind config. So let's look for where they have animation. So you can see if you just go in here, extend, we have colors, we have border radius, we have keyframes, and then we have animation. So I'm just going to add this here, border beam. Okay, and then under the keyframes, I'm just going to add this one. So there's this, and we cross it from here. So copy this under keyframes. I'm just going to add this keyframe. So we have like so. So yeah, also add the border beam, and then the usage. That's just where you use it, just like this. If you go to this code, you can see like you just simply have to have something with relative, and then you give the border beam. I'm just going to scroll down to where they have usage. I'm just going to import this border beam. So let's go, for instance, to page where we have this image. So I'm just going to go ahead and import the border beam. Oh, sorry. So I'm just going to remove all this. Okay. Border beam from Magic Components, Magic UI, border beam.tsx. Let's first confirm if we have that. Components, Magic UI, and we have border beam. Now, I don't know why it is behaving like this. Do you need to put that really export border beam from border beam? I'm just going to first of all remove this, and I will just go simply put the border beam, and you need to make this relative. Wherever you're going to put it, for instance, on this image, I'm just going to make this relative, and I can just put the border beam wherever I want here, import it just like that. So moving back to this, we should see a border beam. Okay, so you can't see the border beam like where it is moving on the image. It is somehow like really weird how where it is moving. Somehow, that padding down for the bottom. Let me first give this one a border 2, and then I border green 500. I just want to simply look at the container. So let's see. Okay, so basically it is moving over the container. So what we could just give this is that we could just say height. Can you say that height full and then object fit cover? I don't know how that one goes. Is that even possible to have height full? And I think that's why you need, we could just give this a height. For instance, if you just give this one height of 96, for instance, height of 96, like this, I think there it could just work. Okay, so even when you give it height of 96, still we have like that spacing. Can I just like give this as a BG? I'm just going to take off this height. Okay, so that's how it is moving, like that. I don't know how we can just like fix that so that this moves around the actual image. Um, there is no padding, right? Okay, so let's remove the padding. So it just turned out to just like padding that was bringing problems. So just simply remove padding, just like this. And then let's remove also this border we have here. The only thing you need is just relative. Okay, so you can see the beam is just there like that. Now we just need to make also you just actually just make rounded, this one to be rounded, this with overflow hidden. I think that should just make it like rounded. Maybe we also just leave it also the image to be rounded. Okay, so now we have our moving beam, as you can see, just nice. Okay, so you could just have like a beam moving over this image. Okay, great. So now we can just like add now this section. Okay, so this one is talking about, for instance, it could be just like how it works and the way you want, like step number one. If you just look at this, is like a button. You say when you click it, it opens up with an image just like this. If you click on this one, it has even a video, right? It has like a video here. So we need to make sure we do that. Okay. Um, we need to look for how to customize this. It looks like a accordion, a normal accordion. The difference is in this accordion, you can see when this is open, you have a different image showing up here. Even this one, then you have this one showing here. So basically, it is something we can work on. So let's just go ahead and add self-service invoices for your customers. And then here again, we put this, then we have the video for finishing up, and then the pricing section. Okay, so we have finished this. So let me just go to this point now. So this one is also features. We're just going to create, or maybe how it works. I'm just going to go to where we have these comparison features. I'm just going to say Control C, Control V. I'm just going to rename this to how it works. Just how it works. Okay. So it has a heading which says, for instance, how it works. Okay, so how it works, we're just going to go ahead and start putting this. I don't know whether we should just put an accordion, or we just build our own. You can see even if you click this one, it doesn't, but if you click another one, the other one changes. Okay, so we can think about it, how we can do that. Because if we just use shared CN accordion, which is components, accordion is the number one here. So if you just see here, there is no control, for instance, on the usage. You don't have access on when it is open or when it's not open. So we rule that one out. We might just need to build ours. Okay. Self-service for your customers. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this, how it works, to the page. So after this, let's just go here and then say the padding y of 8. Just put here how it works, basically like that. Okay, so if you scroll down, we have this, how it works. Let's give it, I think, 16. Just 16. Okay. So inside how it works, we're just going to have two sections basically here. Actually, they're just also grids. One which is going to have this, and then the image. Okay. Which is going to have the image. So how do we handle that? So let's try to design this. So I would just make this like a card. Okay. I would make it maybe like a button or something. Okay. I'm just going to add inside here. I'm just going to say, let's say we have a button. Inside this button, we have a couple of things. Okay. We have, for instance, a title. A title here, the header. So inside we have flex with h2 plus the icon. So this side, I'm just going to add an icon of plus. Okay. So after that, you have also a paragraph and any other content you want. Okay. So after this, you could just add any content. Maybe a p tag. Just add this as a p tag. And then you also have this other one. Okay. Just flex. Maybe a p tag. And maybe a key of. Let's first go to receipt and check. So we have a lot of check, and then let's see. So let me just get any of the icon, which is this should check. Should check. I will just add it here. Is it like check should or something like that? Check should. Okay, I just say should. It is should check here. I'm just going to give it a class name. I'm just going to give it width of 4, height of 4. Okay, MR of 2. We could just go and check this. Okay, have I linked this? Yeah. Let's just go back to, we have a lot of things which are open at this point. Okay, so this is how it looks right now. I'm just going to go ahead and give, so items center for instance, and space a justify between for this upper one. And this one, we're also going to have item center. And then for the icon, we're just going to, I think, leave it like that. Okay, so we have this and then the icon here. And I'm just going to give this maybe 5. And let's give text, I think font semi-bold or something, semi-bold. Okay, now this text is going to be text left. We don't want any text center text. Left. Okay. No coding. It takes less than a minute. Let's just see. I don't know why this one looks like it is. I'm just going to say for this class name on the button, text left, don't want anything, yeah, just like this. And then I'm just going to have padding y on this, more especially after this p tag. Just say put in top of 3. Okay, so we have this. Then for this, just go ahead and make it bold. if you look at this, and it has like a significant amount of padding. So can I just say padding y? I think we could just like give this padding y of 4. This would space, I think, it very well. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and maybe just add this one to be text Excel. Okay, this one. Text Excel. Okay, just like that. Okay, since this is a button, uh, when it is open, so we have to cater for that when it is open and when it is not. Actually, like when it is active, I guess. So we have grid, which is looking great. I think we need just to give maybe on this some sort of padding, right? Maybe of 8. Just like way to spend more space this side. Okay, so this the button. I could duplicate this. Let me just duplicate the buttons. Okay. Great. So we have another one here. Let's go ahead and give it padding y, space y. So here we have space y of 4. Okay. So this is great. Now what we want is to start putting the concept of they just like have first of all the concept of mapping. Okay, so another thing we could just say that we could just say the button. Okay, this button we might just need to create a button just like this. So let me just create like a component down here, which is going to be like a function, like a button. Okay, just like this. Const. Do they like have like a function? Uh, oh, it's called default function. How it works? Why is this not working? Let me just say like console.log something. Let's say export. Function. This is function. Okay. We don't even need to export this. Just name it as function. Let's say this one takes in children. Children. Okay. And the children, of course, are of type React node. React node. Just like this. And here you just need to return. And you're just going to return something like where we add the children, right? So like here your children. So this would be the button, I may say. Okay. I'm just going to say here button. Okay. If I want to create this as a button, and the okay. So for instance, all this becomes children, right? I just say text left. So here we just have like only class name of text left. Okay. So if we just go and I think this is the same thing if you just came down here, okay, and you just say the button, okay, and then here you can just like wrap some stuff. All this stuff in here, you can just pass them in here as children, right? If we do this, it should give us the same exact thing. Okay, so what I don't know is how do I add on click? Okay, how do I add on click, for instance? Because this one is fine. We could just like be passing in any other component, it will work. Okay, if I pass in any other component, it will work. Uh, okay, so how do we add in the so if for instance I want add on click, how do I pass in all the like I pass in, because if we just say for instance on click, okay, and it just you want to say for instance run a function just like this, okay, and you want to say console.log alert. So you can select this is not type on click void is, so I would just want to get the props and like people might just like pass like props and then like then they spread these props here. Okay, I'm just going to use ChatGPT. Okay, so I will just ask it a simple thing here. If I have this component, okay, this component, how do I pass all the button props? I don't know if it has understood. Okay. Okay, so this is how you pass in this one. I was almost a doing it. I don't know how I got. So you just like have these children, and then you pass in spread all the props, and the only thing you have to do is to define the type of this prop. So is one, yeah, just like this. So now on a click will simply work. If we do like on a click or something, we can test that by first making this one a use client. Okay, so going back here, you can see use client. I'm just going to go here, inspect, go to console, and okay, so if you just click on this, so you can see here the console alert. Oh, great. So I need to make it if it is active and is not active. Okay, so how do we uh, do that? One thing it can just do fine, but then we need control some things inside. For instance, okay, the good thing is that the card we are putting in is of the same structure. It has the heading and then it has the content. Okay, yeah, so it has the heading and it has the content. How does that one tell us? Mm, okay, so I just want to customize also this, and then also this. So this is the content, and then this is the heading, right? Um, so if I'm just going to remove this, let me adopt this one. So I could just like have here const buttons. Okay. This can be an array. For each button has maybe just a steps. Step one. So for each button, as a step. If it was showing only one at a time, for instance, it shows this one, but this shows all the three buttons. Okay, so just say the button has a title. Okay, that it has a title. Let's just go and copy some of these titles, just like this. Okay, the second one. Okay, just like this. Okay, and then finally the third one. You get the point. Mhm. Okay, so step one, step two, and step three. Okay, so this is the buttons. Okay, so we need to get the active button, right? So const active. So yes, say this active button set active button is equal to use state, and you can just say use state. Uh, we could just go and say buttons at 0, right? So now we have the active button, right? So for instance, we could just go ahead and map through all the buttons. Go to map, and you have the button. You could just like see like this, return the button, just like so. So in this button here, we can first give the key to btn.step. Okay, you could just like, of course, give this as an ID or anything you want. Okay, so we could check also with the active, right? If this button is active. So how do I know that this button is active? Uh, so we want, for instance, if it is active, I want to give this a class name. Okay. So could just come here and we say const is active is if the active btn dot step is equal to btn dot step. So this would give us a boolean, right? And then you say if it is active. So here we could just give cn, just like this. We pass nothing. We could first get this. Okay. I'm just going to pass in if is active is true. and just say if it's active, just go ahead and add the text green, maybe 600. So we could just have the buttons, and you can see like this one is green. And so by default, this one I think could take in also different components. These ones here, they could also take in different components, but this is show that this can be active, and then on click, okay. So let's go ahead and just say on click, we could set active, okay. So how do we change the active? Okay. Okay, so could you say set on click set active btn to, I think, btn. Okay, let's just say now, if I click on the second one, you can see that the active is now moving, right? Great. Let's first put the titles actually. So here is btn dot title. Okay. Okay, that's good. We could also, of course, add space. And then another thing is that if it is active, this one is like, I think, minus. So if it is active, you say this one is having the minus. So you could just come here and say if is active. If this is true, then show, let's say this, it is this, right? And this, I'm just going to make it minus. We could just give this a class name. Okay. Let's say width is 5. H5. The same thing here. Okay, so you can see now it is showing minus. So you click this one becomes plus, and this one becomes minus. So the only thing now we just do is, if it's not active, to hide the content. So how do we pass in the content? So in this one should have the content. So just like the content. Now the content should be, could be like a component. Let me just, for instance, create this like as components. Okay. You could just like have, like, I just going to create it. If you just look at them, they have, I believe there is how they have a uniform thing. If you go to this one, anyways, they don't have a uniform, like they have their own component. You can pass in any component you want. Okay. Okay, that's great. So for the content, this one, I'm just going to say, for instance, step 1. So I'm just going to create another function here. Function, for instance, step, the component step 1. Okay, and then you have this, and then we have return, just like this. And let's go and copy this. where we have this. Okay. For instance, this is step 1. It is a component very nicely. We just duplicate step 2 and step 3. So for instance, in step 2, this has something else. Let's just add this. Okay, then we have this send by email and show on dashboard. So like click symbold. So now is going to have this is the icon, and then just have space y of 2. So this is another icon. The first one was send by email, so this is going to be email, and it's like send by email. Okay, and then down here, this is going to be show on dashboard. Okay, just going to leave the icon like that. And finally, step number 3. So this is step 3. Okay. Step 3 has one of these. Just like this. And protected data, then they're just like 3 here. Okay, space y of 3. So we have this one as protected data. So okay, next is editable invoices. Editable invoices. So you could just go ahead and we could just go ahead and okay, this is step 3. So now just going to apply these steps to these buttons content, or you could just call this component any you want. I'm just going to say step 1, for instance, step 1. So just like this. Step 2, and then step 3. Okay, great. So down here, okay, where we have this, we can first get the component. So on top here, just say const component is going to be equal to component is going to be equal to btn dot content. Okay, now just come here and let's pass in the component just like this. Okay, they are saying that element type component does not have Any construct or code signatures component to be used as JSX. Its type element is not a valid JSX element. Okay, so if you just look at this right now, this one is React with JSX component. And by the way, wait. We could just actually use it. Let me see. If I say btn dot content, I think this works actually because this is already a React JSX element. Okay. So if I go back and let's see. Okay. You can see like we have different really. I'm just going to first reduce the space y maybe of 1, even space y of 1. I don't know, like, does this has like padding already? Oh, this padding, the padding top of 3. I don't think we need it. These padding top. Okay. What we need is this one to have a padding y02 or 1. Okay. Okay, so this is great so far. So just want to only show this component only if it is active, right? So I'm just going to go here. So this, we could just say if is active. Let's first do this. Is active and just that. So you can see that we have this. I don't know why they are behaving like that. Okay, with the buttons. Text left. Yeah. So you can see right now we have this when it is active. If I click this one becomes like this, and then I have like this. Okay, so another thing, maybe we're just going to use flex for that matter here. So you're just going to say flex. You can just say flex core, just like that. Okay, yeah. So you can see if I just click this, and you may just think that maybe it is an accordion of which is just looks like, but just a custom one, right? Now, what we just need is again to display here a different image. So as you can see, you just have like this image for here, and then if you click this one, and then if you click this one. Okay, so um we could pass the media. So for each active, I'm just going to add another thing here, like media. So just select media. And now the fact that we have both the video and the audio, and the image, we have this media to be having a type or something. So this is an actual video. As you can see, it can be downloaded to Put Direct. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is I just have media, and this is going to be an object. First of all, it will have type. So if it is type, for instance, image, and then the media itself. So you have media, and then the type, and then the media itself, maybe. So you're just going to add an image. Let's say we just a slash. We need to add the actual media. Can I just download these images, save? And then this, save. Okay, I don't have and then even this save. This is for educational purposes. Please just find your own things or like the images really. So I'm just going to copy these three, take them to um preview fabric. So I'm just going to add these ones here. Let me just rename this to feature one. Feature two. And then finally feature three. Okay, and I'm just going to go back here. And I just put here, like for instance, feature one.png. Okay, so copy this. And then this is two. And then this is three. Okay, so this one I guess is .mp4. Okay, so this one is type video. So on this side here, we just need to show that. So where we have this one, I'll just add this div, and this side here, we just need to display either two things. We just check btn. We need to get the active. So just going to also use the just going to say here const is active is equal to active btn. No, let's just go here and we're just going to use active btn. We're just going to just know the media type const media type is going to be equal active btn dot media dot type. So this one gives us the media type. And you're just going to start with saying media type. If media type is equal to video, start with the image. If it is equal to image, then we just use the image. Okay, we use the next image, just like so. It is. So we just use the video. Okay. Let's start with this class name. Let's give it a width of, so we could just give width and height. Let's say width, then height. We could just find these figures out from here. 1080 by 951, 1080. So here is 1080, 951. Just say alt, alt, and then here is going to be source. So you have to select source, which is going to be active button dot media, just like this. And then for this one is going to be also the source. Okay, the source is going to be active active btn dot media. Okay, then we can't just first leave like that. We could just say loop. Okay, and then autoplay, auto autoplay, and then muted, just like this. Going back here. Okay, so we just have this. So you can just like we have this active. Click on this one, the image changes. Click on this, and we have the video. Okay, so this is like really super great. At this point, I'm feeling so nice. Okay, great. I think is there anything missing? Maybe you just add a border bottom that only shows up. Yeah, just like show border bottom. So to where do we put the border bottom? If I wanted to show border bottom on the buttons, so I'm just going to use here instead index. I will also access the index. And if you want to know if it is the index, const is last is last is going to be equal if the index is equal to btn. if btn is equal to if the index is equal to btn, then or the buttons dot length, this will be a boolean, but that's not true if the index is equal to button dot length. So for instance, index, they are zero based. Okay, I think so. We could just say console.log here, the index, and button dot length. So I'll just go back here, and I'm just going to go here. So you can see like the last one is 2, 3. So this one must be like -1. Or you could just say index +1, or this one -1. Okay. So just want to go ahead and put on the button, just on this. Let's see. Okay, I think this would go on the button class name. And we could just say, for instance, cn. Okay. And then you say if is last. Okay, so just going to say, okay, border B, and then if this is last, then want apply and border 0, like border 0. Now let's see. Okay, so you can just see this here. Okay, you see this. Could just like add padding bottom to it of like 3 maybe. Okay. I just want to see it, and you can see like the last one has no the border bottom, which is like really great. Okay, so great. So that part is also done. We could just go ahead and also bring in the testimonials. So after this, how it works, go back the page. Could just like go ahead and bring in here the within this, maybe just add testimonials. Let's see. Okay. Again, that is great. And then you can now add a YouTube video showing you how this can be done. Okay. So for the YouTube video, we can't just use a lot of stuff that can work. There is iframe. We could just go and say, for instance, iframe React. There is this stuff this which can give us an iframe. Okay, just like this. I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to install this. I'm just going to install this. Okay. Let's go ahead and add this iframe. So after the testimonials and everything, we can just also add another dot padding y of 16, and then we can just like add the iframe. Okay, we can just import this from React iframe. Okay, just like so. There are some other things you can specify. For instance, add additional styles. So you can put the class name, text in even the class name. So let's first look at this, how it is right now. I'm just going to go ahead and just get one of my videos on YouTube and to go to JB. Okay, and just get, and just, this is one of my videos. So how do I get the ID? Go to playlist, and let's go to this playlist. Scroll down to, okay, this is not the playlist I want. Is ways the modern next. I'm just going to go to playlist. I'm just going to choose this one. And if you haven't subscribed to the course, please, you could just go ahead and check out the link in the description. I just want to get any of these ones. Anyways, I just get one of these ones. So to see the ID, you can just go to share, then you just click on embed. So I think this is the ID, this one. I believe this must be the ID. They just copy everything and we're just going to get the ID out. I think this is the ID. Cut this and let's remove this. Good. Oh, so you put the whole link, this one. Let's just copy this whole source. So it takes in the URL just like this. Okay. Let's see. Here. So this is the video. So I'd want this to maybe occupy the entire width. So how do I do that? You can just go back to this and they're just saying here you can pass in, for instance, width of 100%. And also height of 100%. Okay, just like look at this. Okay, height of 100% does not make sense. Just leave height of 320 and we see maybe you could just instead pass in the class name of saying height, of 96. If I remove this height, what happens? Yeah. So you could just like have this height. Maybe we could just instead passing height of 96, maybe 30 rem. Let's see this. Yeah. So you could just like pass in the video like this. We could also, can we just like border beam like this and make this relative. Okay, so the problem with this is going to be moving on top there. So what you can just do is instead the relative, add it inside just like this. Okay, so this will be, I think, moving on this. Now, light is invisible for some reason. Anyways, that is something which is not a big deal. I'm just going to take it back just like this. Remove this. And what we could just do is also this, add it like rounded. Okay, so we have the video you can add explaining yourself about the software, and then finally you can just add the pricing section. So you could also add the testimonials. I'm just going to copy this. Could just like add the testimonials just like this. And then finally, we just need to have the pricing. Okay, so we have this, and then this, and then we have also this. So basically, we have I'm just going to copy the same thing we have on top here. So if you go to this, where we have this announcement plus this text center. So I will just copy this. Okay. We'll just copy this. And let's take it down, all the way down to just down this. Okay. So we have an announcement, and you can just put anything you want. Okay. And then this. Okay. And we don't need the button at this point. Animated avatars, no. We don't need these. Okay, so we're just going to see. So at this point, yeah, I have this. We can just like reduce. Can we just use our normal heading? So I'm just going to say here, normal subheading. So subheading. Did we call it section heading? Section heading. And just pass in the title. Just like this. So this should just be like really okay. Okay, great. And we could just also give it text balance if you wanted. Okay, text center. You could just give it one more text balance. Yeah, so this is the text balance. Okay, down here, I will just have the pricing .py of 8. So here is where I'm going to put the pricing. Okay, the pricing, these two components, and just I will just go and create this section pricing. So just create this, the pricing. Okay, where am I creating this? I'm just going to go to components and let's create the pricing. The tsx rfc. Okay, just in 3 hours, which is okay. So just need to you can see there's these two plans. One is for, I think they're all per one-time purchase. Okay, so they are all one-time purchase, one-time payment, one-time payment. Okay. I think we could just like adopt like the one for, if you want to just, we could just like start. It is good that you start with any startup, you start with any one-time payment. I think is much better. Or you could also just adopt like the one of Tailwind UI. So if you just go Tailwind UI, like to the second component, get this code, they take you to this pricing. So you see you have why you have this type of component, right? Buy once, use forever. So basically, you could also just get like for each individual if you wanted. You can see you can buy for the marketing only, or you can just like buy once and get for buy once and get forever, something like this. I don't know, could just like maintain this, and we're just going to make them two so that in the future when you want to make one for month and another one for year, it is very easy for you. Okay, so I'm just going to create these payment plans. Const plans is equal to, so as you can see, a plan has they don't have really a title. Okay, they don't really have a title, they have the price. Okay, we are just going to say an object, so just say price, which is 49. Okay, then discounted price, discounted price, which is, for instance, 99. And then another thing they have is features. So they have features, which is an array. So just get this for instance, and just paste them here, just like this. Okay, and then now you have this one, which is 69 and 119. So this is 69 and this is 119. You can just copy these. Then this has like unlimited. Okay, so those are the two plans. I'm just going to go ahead and put these two plans. Two plans. So here we can just like map through the plans. Plans dot map, and then you have a plan. So just return just like this. Okay, so the first thing is that we have the price, which is in this format. So on top, before everything, we have the price. Okay, I'm just going to say flex. So we have three spans. First one is putting this there. I'm just going to put here dollar plan dot discounted price, and then here we're just going to have plan dot price, and then you're just going to have USD. Is that so? Yes. So just go ahead and let's give this a class name. We could actually just copy this from typography here in this H1. Just copy this and let's give it to class to this. Okay, for these other ones, they have class name uppercase. Okay, for the other one, so we have also here dollar, and then we also have the dollar here. Okay, and this is going to be a grid, so just a class grid. Grid equals one log grid equals 2. Okay, just like this, and let's give it a gap of maybe 8. Okay, let's connect the pricing. Let's connect it to the page. Okay. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Okay, just going back. Let's add like a key here. So key is I, then border. So just add a border just to, okay, just going to add a padding of 8, maybe of 6. And then I'm just also going to add rounded, maybe SM or MD, whichever. Okay, so done. So according to how this is, that means like justify. Here we have flex. So instead of saying items, let's say like if we say items and, yeah, just like that. And let's add a small gap of 2. Okay. Great. Let's add dot padding y of 4. We're just going also to map through plan plan dot features dot map item with this index, and let's go here and let's say return, and then just like say here. So we have a checkbox to check, and then we have a p tag which is item. Just give a key which is index. Okay, just go and see. Okay, that is it. So just go ahead and give this a class name with this 5 h5 margin right of 2 and flex setting of 0, and let's add this as flex items center. Okay, just like that. And let's go ahead and just add space y of maybe 2. Yeah. Okay. Then we have these buttons, and then the padding this one has is like 8, if not 10. Okay. So then you're just going to add the button. So I'm just going to have, as you can see here, this is just like a custom link, like hard coded, as you can see. So I'm just going to call upon the button we created. So after this, then here, I'm just going to see custom this. So this takes in href and a title. Okay, I'm just going to do this. Href, let's put hash, and then the title. Okay, get Zen voice. So you're gonna say get started now. Okay, and then below it is where we have this. Okay, one-time payment, then it's yours forever. I'm just going to put this in a span of dates. I think this could underline. Okay. So you can't just see like we have this. I'm just going to give this a class of padding y of 3. Just, yeah. Okay. Now we need to just show one that one of them is the recommended one. Okay. So one of these is going to be recommended like this one. So that one is you simply add, for instance, recommended, and then you say true. This first one is going to be false, but the second one is going to have recommended true, and then we can just check that and we add some more things. So the first thing is that this one has a different border. Okay, I'm just going to first add a shadow to it. So this can be customized here by passing in cn. So cn, and then first passing in this, and then comma, if plan. So you could just say maybe is recommended is equal to plan dot recommended is const. So you say const is recommended. So here just put is recommended. If this is true, then we apply, in fact, just and we apply border. First of all, just apply shadow. Okay, so now for the border, first of all, it's going to be border green 600. Now this border is let's just say border left, border left 2, and then border bottom. I don't know if you can specify something like this, and then like border top, and then border right, like that. And you can just go and check. Yep. So you have the border of that nature. Maybe we could just reduce this to 400. Yeah, like 400 or 500, whichever case. Okay, so what is missing is the roundness. So the rounded here is, I think, LG. Okay, the roundness is LG. And another thing I think is that this is having, if I just go back to page, we know very well that this is inside. I'm just going to make this 6. Okay, so you don't want to do that, right? So you just first leave this one here. And now instead move the pricing out. So this, I'm just going to do a little bit moving it out. First do this. Let's first move it out. anyways, just like here. So cut this and put it in mx max width of 6x. Right, and you say mx auto. All right, and then inside it, we'll first have this one. Okay, we'll first have this, and then we'll have this, like so. So now this one will remain like this, but this one will be much bigger, like that. I don't know if there's a lot of spacing, but that looks fine. And then you could again go ahead and link the testimonials. Okay. Yeah, so that's really a nice landing page. Really. Okay. This looks really, really nice. Okay. Then we have now FAQ. Okay. We have FAQ for this one. We're just going to use a subgrid. So I'm just going to duplicate this here, like so. I will just create a FAQ component. I'm just going to say here within these components, I will just create FAQ.tsx. So let's go to here. Let's get this accordion, and we just can first install it, just like so. Okay, and then we can just now go ahead. Okay, there is slight you have to change in the config slightly. On the keyframes, we need to add these two keyframes. Let's go to keyframes, tailwind config, and let's start with the keyframes. And we already have it here, accordion down and up. Okay, radix content height. We already have them. I think even the animations, we already have them, so great. So simply go ahead and get this one. And go to FAQ. So FAQ, paste here. I'm just going to say this as FAQ. Okay. The good thing with this one is that the content can also take in like links and everything you want. So if you compare with this, for instance, if you want to put even links like this one is very okay. I can just give you an example. Why do I need Zen voice? So for instance, you could just go here. Why do I need Zen voice? Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead For instance, in the content, let me put this. Okay. So where we have the link is here. Stripe takes 2%. So Stripe here, up here. So this, you can just say link. Okay. Now this, if it is just going to be linking within, just pass in href of hash, and then inside put in this. Okay. So you just notice that if we go back here, let's go and put FAQ. So basically this should be a grid also. I'm just going to do this. Okay. Section heading. Okay. Title is going to be frequently asked questions. And then I will also have this. So I'm just going to go ahead and add here also grid gap of 8, and then like grid cores 1, LG grid cores 2. Okay, and let's go ahead and link FAQ in the page. So here I will put FAQ just like this. Okay. Okay, so you can see frequently asked, and if you just click down, you can see the link is here. We can go ahead and style this in the FAQ. You can just go ahead and link class name of underline, for instance. Okay, so you can see it here, and maybe you can bold it. That's it. I just give it underline only is enough. Okay. So here you could just like this part here of accordion. Just going to give it text Excel. I'm not sure if that is going to affect these headings. Okay, so the headings are okay. Yeah, so this looks now nice. Okay. The titles, and you could also just go ahead and give this stuff, but I think this is good enough. Frequently asked questions. You can just like go ahead and add all these. I'm not going to add more, but that is already looking cool. Then you can just go ahead and add the or post as usual. You can just go ahead and add the stuff, but I'm not going to add on this. Each Stripe invoice, you can just create a CTA and then finally a footer, right? Let me just end with that. So the last section is going to be like the first section. So I'm just going to go here. So I'm just going to go down here and the maybe I'm just going to go down here and add this. Okay, so you could have this. Okay, and then for the text, let's have this. And then finally, we have our button. Okay, we have our button like this. So finally, what I'm just going to add is the testimonials. So after this, okay, let me see. Okay, so we have this. I'm just going to reduce remove this. That's the only thing we need to remove, the announcement. Just remove this. Okay, so you have this looking gorgeous. Okay, and then you have the footer, which closes it all, right? Yeah, so this has been like really nice. Okay, so in the next section, I'm just going to see the time. I need this to be about maybe 4 hours or something. Okay, so after building this, what we just need is to add the dashboard, right? Yeah, we need to add the dashboard. I'm just going to add one more link here, text to the dashboard quickly. Maybe for this one, I will put dashboard for the first link. I'll just go here. Okay, so I'm just going to go dashboard, dashboard, and then this one is going to go to dashboard. Okay. Maybe just go to dashboard. Go to dashboard. Okay, so when you just say go to this, it takes you to the dashboard. Okay, so what we just need is to change the layout of this dashboard, and then we change this layout here. We have the layout, so we need the header and the footer. Okay. Now the header shouldn't just be add. Just go to shard. Okay, I'm just going to go to shard here. Let's go to blocks. Do we need blocks? So just going to add. We need to add this. Okay, so this one here is the one I'm just going to add. So the easy one, I think we can just use like lift mode and see. Okay. So you could just go here, copy everything, code, and just go to the dashboard page here. and just paste everything here. Okay, and let's install the ones we don't have. Okay, I'm just going to install badge and the card input and this sheet. Okay, so just go here. Let's go ahead and install those ones. Go back to the components, just any component will work. And so copy this. Okay, so I don't want to install a lot. I want to install, first of all, for instance, sheet input. Okay, sheet input and then the card. And then the badge. Okay, the badge, just like that, UI badge. Okay, and those are the ones. Just go ahead and install these ones. So as they're installing, we need to separate these into to put them in the layout. So we need the sidebar. So in the component, I will create a new folder called dashboard. And the dashboard will add in the sidebar. So we'll just say sidebar.tsx RFC sidebar sidebar, and then here we're just also going to go ahead and put in the either navbar or just header, whichever you choose. Navbar.tsx RFC, and I'm just going to say here h2. Okay, just say div, and inside here just going to say navbar. So after finishing that, if you go back to here, this is how the dashboard looks like. Export default. Okay, let's just go to dashboard. I think export default. So instead of a page, you say export default. Just be export default for all pages. Okay, so we have this. This is our dashboard. So we need to separate this, right? The first thing we need to do is going to be that when you separate the header from the footer. So that's the first thing I'm just going to do. We need to separate where we have the header and the footer. So if you just click here, there is this header, and then there is main, and then this side is sidebar. So if you just go here and do something like this, so you see like these are well organized. Okay, so this one you see here is a sidebar. So I'm just going to cut this and add sidebar, and go to the sidebar, and let's go and return this. Of course, we need to import a lot of stuff. So what I'm just going to do is simply going back to the page, and let's put everything on top here. Just copy them, put them here. Okay, and then finally going back here, we'll also remove this header. So this is the navbar. So this is the nav bar, just like so. Go to this nav bar and let's return this. Similarly, just copy all the exports in this, just like this, copy them and put them in the nav bar. Just like this. Okay, we still have to just remove this. Okay, so going back to the page, so as it is here, just simply copy everything the way it is like this, and this is going to go to the layout. So just go to this layout and return this. And what it is main, so where you see import sidebar, import navbar. So here where we have this main, just put children. So you could just go ahead and put children. So here, children, like so. And in the page, so remove everything and leave main. Okay, just like this. So all these imports and the exports, simply remove them. All these icons, remove, badge, remove. Okay, so this is still exactly the same thing. If I refresh, it is exactly the same exact thing, only that now these are separated, right? These are separated. Then to show you how to create at least one page, okay, I'm just going to go here and create one page. So in the dashboard, let's create like a page of products. I can just like say here products, and then inside the products, let's just add page, do tsx, rc, and then here h2 of products. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the sidebar. So the sidebar is the one which is holding all the links. Sidebar like this. Okay, you can remove the unnecessary import from the sidebar. So we have these links, and definitely I'm just going to go ahead and put them in. So sidebar links, const sidebar links is equal to an array. So if you wanted to maintain the same format, where you have like orders, you have like 6, and you can go ahead for the link. It has a title, so we can just have exactly the way they are. We have dashboard, orders, products, dashboard. Just href slash dashboard, and then I'm just going to have we have title, and then they have the icon, so you can just say icon. It's going to be home. Okay, so they just duplicate all these 2 3 4 5, are they 5? Yeah, they are 5. Just add commas, Okay, and the second one is orders. So this is like orders. Then here is like orders icon is shopping cart or something. Okay, and then the third one is products. Okay, this is on products. The icon is maybe, I don't know if this is like a box or something. Let's just go and see package. I think this package. And then we have customers. And then here we have customers. This is going to be users. And then finally, we have analytics. We have analytics. Analytics. And the icon is line chart. Line chart. So we want to include the count if you wanted to add the count to these links, like how many items are in the, for instance, orders, the way they are there in the order 6. So you could just come here and you just add like the count, and then you add the count of 6. Add comma here. So this will be only in this that. I will just go ahead and map through these. So I will first remove all the links. I will remove the links and leave only the links, the one of orders, maybe the one of products, which has the active class, and then remove the one of customers and the one of analytics. I'm just also going to remove the one of dashboard. Okay, so just go ahead and map. I'm just going to use this one. So sidebar links. Okay, dot map, and they just say have item with index, and then just return, and just going to return this. Okay, so inside here I'm just going to say const icon is equal to item dot icon. This is what we're just going to use here as icon. Now for the badge, just only put the badge. So you're just going to say if item dot count and so if this is there, then so the badge, which is going to be count item dot count. For the href, let's just put href item dot href. Now there is where we have these classes, 2 classes here, and the one of active, you can just see like where we have like products. Okay, where we have like this product, you can see it as the active class. So what I'm just going to do is I will use cn here. Okay, I will also check const is going to be if item dot href is equal to item. Maybe we could just like consider path name actually. So const path name is equal to use path name. Okay, is equal to use path name, just like this. So inside here we could just find this, which is equal to path name. If they are the same, then here we first put this comma. So this one has to be put in the cn. Put this, and then we're just going to put comma. Okay, if is active, if it is true, or we could just say and, then apply some classes from this here. Okay, I'm just going to remove this link. So we just don't want to repeat. So like item center, gap 3, rounded. Okay. Then BG is okay. Paddings, they're the same. Text primary. BG muted. Text primary transition. And then hover. Okay, so just like this. Okay. We just need to make this one use client because of using use path name. So on top here, I'm just going to say use client. Okay, so now you can just see like we have something like this. So you can see like this like all of them has, let's check here, dashboard. Orders. Let's click oh, so we haven't added, let's go ahead and add. Let's go and add here where there is this orders item dot title. Okay, so you can see dashboard. If I go to products, so everything is supposed to be prefixed with dashboard. Okay, except like dashboard. So all this one is, let's prefix this with dashboard. Okay, let's go back to products. So it's going to be like dashboard products, and you can see we have it there, and the active class is working. Okay, so this side you have also this. So basically this, now you have the dashboard included in this starter kit, right? I'm just going to add one link. Now that link, I'm just going to put it in that. I'm just going to copy this link and just simply put it outside here. Icon is going to be external link. Title is going to be live website. The badge, we don't need the badge. Is active. This is not required. href is going to be slash. Okay, so just have like this live website, which takes us back to the home page, and then like the dashboard like this. Okay, so there are two things I think which are missing, I guess. That is like authentication and the data table. At least it needs to come when it has like a data table. Okay, so let me just like take a break. I'll just come back and see. Let me see the time, 4 hours. Okay, so next, as we said, we are remaining with two things to add to this starter kit. The first one I want to add is a data table. Okay, a data table is going to be of this nature. Okay, so you need to add a data table of this nature. Like you have like categories, and then there's this export and import, and then you have this search box. As you can see, this works mobile phones like this. So we need to add something like this data table, okay, with some of these filters. And this one is just going to help us really make sure that when you start, you just simply be copying and pasting, because this is a reusable thing, right? Okay, so how are we going to add this? We're just going to add it on, let me just go ahead and add one link called categories, so that you just use that one as an example. So in the links here, I'm just going to add, after the customers, let me just add categories, and then we're just going to say customer dashboard categories, and then here is going to be layout, maybe grid. Okay, so we have this link here, categories. Now we can just go ahead and create this page. Okay, so to create this, you just need to go here. Okay, just go dashboard, and then you have to create within this, we need to create categories. So I'm just going to go here and create a folder called categories, and then within the categories, I'm just going to create, okay, you need to create within this, you need to create three things. The first one is going to be page.tsx. The second one is going to be columns. So you have like columns.tsx. The third one is going to be like a new folder. So you have like new. And then here you're just going to have also page.tsx. So this is the structure, how it should be. You have like a folder categories when you want to create a new, or you want to create column, then the columns, and then the page, which is displaying the page. Now let's look at the components that we might need. So just go back to, we can just go back to the documentation. Now this time there is where there is data table down here, and you just need to see that you need to install the dependencies, and the dependencies are these ones. So I just copy this. Let's first install these dependencies. Okay. Let's just for this. So just going to say npx prisma. Oh, sorry. Just paste this. And this one is add the table, and now you have to also add a dependency of Stack React, this Stack React table. So just add also this turn stack, just like this. Okay, now you can see the folder structure I was talking about. Let's take you have the root, dashboard, inventory, categories. You have to have, for instance, in the categories, you have the new columns, and then you have the page. This is exactly how we did it. Okay, so go ahead and create that route with those files of which you have done. Then folder structure for the components. So we have to create components. Now we have two things: data table components and data table columns. So I'm just going to go and create those ones in the components. We'll create, these are folders or files? They are folders. So just go back to this. Let's create a folder, a data table components or what? Yeah, data table components and columns, components. And then you're going to have also data table columns here, data table columns, just like this. So you have those two. And so go ahead and create these components. So you have column, data table. So columns.tsx will contain our column definitions. Data table will contain data table, and the page will contain where we will fetch the data. So we start with create the page.tsx in the categories. So we just copy this, and this is going to be the page. So just go to categories in the dashboard here, and this is where the page is going to be. So paste this is the page. Okay, so if you just look, we have a lot of things. Okay, we should have like these actions. Okay, I'll create this to contain the actions. We might not necessarily create them, but let me just create a folder for actions, just like this, actions. And then inside the actions, let's create categories. As you can see, categories. The ts, put use server. Okay, use server. And then you're just going to say export async function get categories, just like this. Okay, so let me just go ahead and look at this page. Okay, action get, this is good, get categories. And I'm just going for now to make it empty to just simply move on. So I'm just going to say const categories is equal to an empty array. Categories. I'm just going to put this in a try catch, and then just const, and then just say return categories. Okay. We can just give this like any, and then here, so just console.log error. So within the page, we can just do this. Okay, so now as you can see, we need to create a number of components. So continue here, create the columns.tsx, which is this one, column.tsx. Just go here, just copy paste this column.tsx, and let's move on. Create the components in the data table components. Let's start with action column. So this is data table components. So just go to components, data table components, not columns, data table components. The first one is this, copy, and let's add this here. Okay, this one has the importing the delete and edit button. Let's move on. So they have the date column. Okay, so just first make this is date column .tsx. So within these ones, create another one, date column .tsx, and let's add this. Okay, we'll move on. There is image column, so you can just come here and you have the image column. Okay, image column.tsx, which is this. Okay, move on. There is sortable column.tsx. So just go ahead and create sortable column. Sortable column. Okay, so just add the sortable column. Move on, create the data table components. Data table components. So there is this data table. So let's create data table, which is this. Okay. It also has to the pagination, which we're just going to add. So scroll down. So create data table pagination.tsx. So just create data pagination.tsx, and in this add this one, data pagination. Okay, then is data table toolbar. Okay, and then paste in this one, and then scroll down. We have data table this. Just add this, and I think those are the ones. So we have the action, the columns. I think we mixed the columns inside. I'm just going to say like this. What do we create? The action column. These columns, they just move them to data table columns. Just like this. So we have the data table columns and data table components. Okay, so just go ahead and just look at what is maybe missing in this. Action column is missing these two buttons, the delete button and the action edit button. Okay, they are in actions. I don't know where to get those ones, but uh, for now, that should be it. Okay, so let's just like make the errors disappear. So start with the um, delete btn. Now, depending on how you want to create the delete btn, I can just find these actions. Let's just go, where can I find these ones? You can also just go actually to let's just go back to projects, and I could just go to this project and components. Let's look for where we have like actions. I don't know where we can find the action. Delete btn from actions. Okay, so I will just go to, let me just try to look for these. Just look for these components. Okay. So the delete btn, I don't know where these ones come from. I just want to add on these ones. Okay. So I will just replace all these data table components. I'm just going to add two components. I will copy everything, and let's open ours here. Data table, let's say. I will just open data table with the ones we just copied were data what? This is data table components, data table. So within this one, reveal data table components. Let me just like remove all these with these ones, data table components, and then I also replace with the data table columns. Okay. Now we might not just need this invite user. Just copy this and we just need to replace with these ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and see. For instance, in this we need like get normal date. We're just going to get those ones. Here we need to install a lot of things here. This is action column. We don't need all these ones actually. I'm just going to leave only one. I will just leave only one. Okay, just like this. If is equal to category, and then we have these. The remaining ones, I'm just going to remove all these. Let's go ahead and we'll just delete these. I will just include React Photos. So let's just go and install npm install React hot toast, just like this. Okay. Then we need to also add a dialog. Dialog, the alert dialog, alert dialog. Okay. And then lastly, we need to get these actions. Okay. So for these actions, I can just go ahead and create this action. Here in the categories, I can export just like this. Just delete category. Just a minute. Okay, so I believe this one takes in ID of string. We can just like const. We can just like simply in this return okay, just like return. So const category is equal to maybe an object and then return category, just like this. Okay, doesn't matter. And then I will just simply bring it actions category export delete category by ID, and you can see it comes from actions categories. So we can just go into remove this. The one in the columns, where was it coming from? The one in the page. Okay. Let's just go to this side. In the action, this one is going to be categories, just like this. So this one, we don't have, I guess, anything. If response, so let's just say response is an object. Which has okay, true. Okay. So in this action column, the response is okay. So this one has no problem. Date column is missing this function get normal date. I'm just going to add that function. Get normal date. So we have a lot of things. Date filters, get normal date. Okay, just copy these two and let's add them inside the lib. Okay, inside the lib, let's just inside the lib. So this function, the get normal date function, is here. Can just say get normal date. It just takes in these options and then like it formats the date with first, second, blah blah, like this. Okay. Then we have the filters. This one are going to install DJS. Okay. You can just go ahead and install DJS npm. So you can just say DJS npm. DJS npm. Just install DJS. Just like this. Now there's another one which is DJS. This plugin is between. So this one is a plugin. I believe you have to install it. DJS is between npm. You say DJS is between plugin npm. Just say if you can just exit. I think like this is done. It's just like you don't need to install it. So by default it will be there. Okay. So going back to these ones which are red, let's just see the reds we have here. We have data pagination, which we have somewhere, data pagination. Let me just go down here. Okay. Go to the pagination. The pagination needs some components. I'm just going to install right now. I'm just going to add select, and then from there we just need to install these radix icons. So you can just add npm radix icons npm. Just like this. Okay, so this should just now be okay. For the table toolbar, we have this view option, which I think we are not even using this. Just going to remove it. Okay, you could just go to this, make sure everything is right. Okay, so for this one we just need to install React Tailwind Select. Okay, you can just like do this npm. It is React Tailwind Select is here. Just copy this and let's go ahead and install this. Okay. Okay, so this one we just sort these two, and finally we have this date range filters, which you need to install the date fn and React date picker. So just add this. And let's also install React date picker. React npm. Just like this. I don't know if data if it does it need. Okay, then finally we have the calendar. So let's go ahead and install the calendar and the popover. So we need to install these two. So just do like this, calendar and the popover. So just say come here and just say pop over and then the calendar. These are calendar just like this. These are shared CN components. Okay, I think we're good. Then we have the search bar, which doesn't need anything. And then for this one should just be good because it installed them. Okay, so we don't have any errors per se. Okay, let's just go back to the page. Okay, these category from props, we don't need them. Now we have these the props from Prisma and so on and so forth. So the easiest way is we could just go ahead and add some Prisma. So just going to say Prisma npx. Just say that is npm install Prisma, and this thing is save dev dash save dev, just like this. And then I'm just going to install Prisma client. Okay, just install Prisma client, and I'm just going to just going to add only one. We have even also a database connected. So to simplify this, just go back to the documentation, this one. Now we are done with this one. We need to add Prisma, so you can just go to authentication here. So you can install Prisma and Prisma client, and let's go ahead and initialize Prisma. So initialize Prisma like this. This will create the schema, and then you have to add your MongoDB URL, and then let's go ahead and create this. Right? I'm just going to create this, copy the schema, and let's go and modify the schema here. So you can just go ahead and modify the schema like so. Just replace this like this. Now we don't need product. We're just going to create only for the category, and just going to remove this. So just only putting the category. You can just add anything you want. I'm just adding this to give us what to use. The category has image URL, description, and so on and so forth. Okay, I'm just not going to put this. I just say title, slug, and the image, and maybe the description, full stop. I will just simply add the database. I will pause and get my database URL. I will just simply add it here. Okay, you just also go and add yours here. Just going to add mine. So I've added my own a environmental variable for the database. So I will just go ahead and push the changes. So in other words, we just need to create npx prisma db push. Okay. So after adding that, some things are going to change. Okay. So for instance, this, we need to add some few things like scroll here, create this DB. Okay, so I'm just going to go in Prisma where we have Prisma. Just create db.ts, db.ts, paste this and change where we have Prisma client. I'll just name it as db. Just like this. Okay. If you go to page, so you can see like category now is seen. We have this page header, which is a dashboard page header and data table from data table. So let me just go and import data table like this. Okay, so just remaining with only the page header. So I will just go to copy the table header. Okay, so let me just copy this in the dashboard. Let me just add inside okay, so this one has three things. I'm just going to go dashboard, tables. There is this button, custom data table. I don't know. We just need table header. Just going to scroll down here. Table header has this x86 package. So I'm just going to say x86 npm. Okay, just install this one. Okay. And then we have the scroll area component. Don't need this. I need to have this scroll area. So just have this scroll area. Okay. Those are the only ones. Okay, so there is all these. You could just like add these export to Excel functionality. Okay, we have this Excel to functionality. So the only thing I just need to add also is the dialog. Can I just get the dialog? I just add dialog. Okay, the button is there. Now we have to generate slug plus format bytes, action category, create body categories. I guess I'm just going to remove all others. Let me first remove this. I'm just going to leave only one. I will just leave only one, I guess, like so. Create body categories. So all others which are not necessary, I will remove them. So we remain with only these three in the lib. So I'll just get the generate slug, format bytes, and export data to Excel. So I'll just go to here, generate slug, format bytes, and finally export to, just copy these ones. Just in the lib, let me just add these ones. Okay, so we'll be now remaining with create body categories. I'm just going to create this one. It doesn't necessarily need to do anything. So I'm just going to create this. It should take in categories. I will just say any for now. And then just say return. Whatever it returns doesn't matter. Let's go back to this side. Okay, so components UI dialog, I don't know why has not installed. Let me just go ahead and try to install it one more time. The spelling of dialog. Okay. Okay, so custom, let's look at this one. Okay. Then this, I don't know why are we just using this dialog demo. So far I think we are good. Page. Let's get the page header. Page header. Where is the page header? Let me first see. Page header is comp dashboard page header. Like, why don't we have the page header? I have a table header. I don't know if it's like there is need to have like page header. So you can just look into this categories page. Okay, so this one is table header. Instead of page header, we just call it table header. And just copy this and just pass in the table header just like so. So just like import this. Company dashboard table header. I don't know what's the okay, so in the columns category form, let's just go ahead remove all these ones. Just going to get the category from Prisma. And install the checkbox. Checkbox. Okay. Okay, so the page is having some errors. You wonder why? Okay, so we have only one error right now, which is this. Okay, the action column, I don't know if we have it. I'm just going to leave it like that. So let's just go ahead and visit the categories page. Okay, so you can see the categories page is here. There is a few things to change, like on this. This is tailwind select package. This one, there is one thing we need to change, which is adding this in our tailwind config. Okay, so tailwind config, just add this here. Okay, and then for others, let's just see. Okay, so you can see now this one is looking great. So just go ahead and give the padding, overall padding to the page. So you can just go to categories, page. Okay. Just on the page, let's give a class name of padding of 8. Yeah. So you can see now we have at least one data table. We just have a data table, and this makes our So there is one thing that is going to remain, which is going to be authentication, and I will see if I can add it in the next video.